Well, everything seems to be good. Let's check the alerts, shall we? Ah, yeah.
Lily_Tiger just resubbed for 8 months. This is a test.
Good, good, good. That is good. Okie dokie. Alright, let's get straight into it. I got my tea, got my water. I am ready. I am not ready. Because there is a menu. There we go. I am dumb. It is stuck. Why? Oh, there we go. That took a while. That took a while to load. I don't know why it's taken a while to load. Oh. Okay, so we are bringing Mikotoba in. We're bringing Mikotoba in to ask him some questions. He is now our witness. Clearly, Gory. Dr. Gory's here. Dr. Gory is a witness. Yes. Let's go. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Which one? There's Dr. Gory there just looking at Mikotoba. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Gory just staring at him. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... He doesn't know! Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gory. Oh, he does know. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. Oh god, we all know Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. Yeah, but she's arrested. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? True. She did nothing but lie in the last case with her. But bless her heart, she's very loyal to her mom. Oh, she put her mask on again. Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Just a tad. Just a tad. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Dr. Strongheart. Lord Strongheart. I call him Dr. Strongheart. That's incorrect. Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner's. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Seeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, Mama, a secretary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the inlets.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened, but he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Sir Genshin, you see. So Lord Stronghard had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But it didn't... Here's the thing, even on the notes, it said there's a vital evidence found in Clint Van Zeek's stomach, but it didn't specify what the evidence is. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Okay. So are we cross-examining? Wait, are we cross-examining both Mikotoba and Gory? This is a situation I didn't think we would be in. Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? Word of warning of what? Tell the truth? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw or what you heard at the time. As far as we know about Mikotoba, he's been nothing but an honest, truthful man his entire life. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. But there is a difference between the truth on Mikotoba's side and the truth on Strongheart's side. Because Mikotoba's truth could go against Strongheart. And that would not go well with Strongheart. And that would not go well with anyone at all. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeek's. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. A Western-style sword? Like a knight sword? That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
You... what? You sure about that? I thought there was. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. This is interesting. Scarlet ink stains. Were there different color inks apart from black back in Victorian times? No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. It does say that. Okay, that's fine.
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Which no one is saying. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. So it... edible? It's not edible. I'm so confused. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Oh, he's laughing. He doesn't make a good judge. The judge is meant to be non-biased. That's the judge's job, so that they'll be able to listen from both sides of the argument and give a fair verdict. Strong Hart is just being a dick. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wits' end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. The ink stains on his fingers. That's the strange thing. If it's not strange, why would Mikotopa wrote it down? Because we couldn't find any ink. Because we couldn't find anything where the ink is coming from. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. Hmm? Everything okay? There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Wait, what? Such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. He was. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I mean, he was saying nothing but the truth. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I mean, we do have a cross-examination to do. We do indeed. Good luck to you too. Love you too. Enjoy your Gregs. I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Yes, Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. Is that correct? I've never studied the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Fuck. Okay, so I can't really press every statement then. Just in case, I am going to save. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated.
Hold
You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? Don't attack him! No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? So that would be Dr. Scythe.
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or passing implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. Interesting! In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the Professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? An enormous dog. Interesting. Did anyone come to think that the Professor had a dog? Correct, and yet Lord Van Steeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Steeks may not in fact have been one of the Professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. But did anyone check? But did he have a dog? Like, I'm so confused. Did you not consider for the fact that he may or may not have a dog? If the previous victims were mauled by a dog that ripped their throats, you know, a scary thing, you know, have you thought of that? He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Why? Why did he confess? And even if he did confess, what was his motive? So he just came forward and say, I killed them, and then that's that? That doesn't make any sense. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. So, well, okay. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. That's what I've been asking. So why was he arrested? I'm so confused. Was he protecting someone? A true hound of hell. Did Kazuma have a dog? Was it Toby? Was it Toby? I knew there was a demonic side to dear Toby. Wait.
There were no other signs of internal injury.
Nothing questionable at all. I'm just gonna keep saving before pressing every statement, just in case that we do stray away and that Stronger Heart is like, nope, fuck off.
Hold it!
But you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
I just wonder how useful your testimony could be in that case, really. Really, Ryunosuke? Everything she said was very useful. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times.
Yeah, she really helped us.
The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable. What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it?
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
What was the evidence? Why would no one say anything? I got worried there for a second. Why won't anyone say anything? If I press on this statement and she is going to say what the evidence is Strong Heart gonna stop me?
Hold it!
What exactly was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
So like a ring? It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. Shit. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitimus quarters of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember... that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
Gory! Gory! You are incredible! What? This is it. Okay.
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years. Gory, you are incredible. We stand Gory here. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? How did I... Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Yeah! Very well, you may submit it. So this is a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Clint Van Ziek's stomach, or found in Lord Clint Van Ziek's stomach, air quotes. During the autopsy, the claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Now, why are you saying that? It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting the jewel. It does. May we see it? Let's examine it. So there's nothing inside. This is the gem. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of his ring. Where did he get it?
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my
is bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Ugh. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Exactly. There's no way Clint would be able to swallow that. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with a red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Yes, I would too. Anything else out of the ordinary? So there's... I can't see anything. Okay, there's nothing out of the ordinary about this ring. We'll just continue. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Very carefully? Well, I missed something? Can I zoom in? Very carefully. Say very carefully. What am I looking for? Because that would be too obvious. Am I missing something? Oh wait, whoa, oh. Okay, no. I saw blue light, then I saw a tick. Recently, scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. I am feeling like I'm missing something here, but I don't know what. Examine this very carefully. I wish I can like zoom in and zoom out, you know? Nothing on the claws. Nothing inside the ring. Nothing at the bottom of the ring. Or on either sides. Okay. Let's continue. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. How can it be swallowed? We'll press him anyway. And that was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Nasogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Barak von Seeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. You think he would kill his own brother? Kazuma... Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. Yeah, what can von Seeks do? Can he make a time machine and travel back in time and stop his brother from dying?
Well, I'm sure he would want to do that in a heartbeat, but he can't. I don't know what you want him to do. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Huh? I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Okay, so we got the ring. I'm thinking of presenting the ring to Lord Van Steeks, because we said that there's no way in hell you'll be able to swallow that without any serious consequences. I can imagine it's a huge ring. Especially if there is no internal trauma. Interesting. We're going to save. But the ring is the key. We are gonna go... Oh, I can't. I have to go through. Alright.
Objection!
Okay, that's not correct. That is incorrect, good fellow. Then we shall... So it looks like we would have to go to Gory. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. If he swallowed a clawed giant ring, there would have been internal damage, I'm sure. Hello, Levi. Hello, lovely. How are you doing today? I am doing good, thank you. I'm much better than yesterday, but I'm doing really good. How are you, lovely? Right, let's... Oh, no. What am I doing? We want to present.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. It's this one. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. Presumably. Allegedly. I'm okay. You're okay. Oh, well, I do hope that you get better, Levi. Trying to make a few sales. Oh, yeah, I saw your website. It looks really good. Very, very professional. And you definitely have a knack for photographs, definitely. How is it going? I do hope... You have very positive reviews. You're selling on Etsy too. Ooh, what are you selling on Etsy? Are you selling photographs on there too? Etsy, I really, really love Etsy. There's so many good things. I want to get a coffee table from Etsy, but they're always so expensive. I have a few posters on there. Nice. They're all natural. They're all landscape natural posters. You can share it. Of course you can. Yeah, particularly that I do absolutely love Etsy. That's graphic art I've done. Oh, that's so cool. I do love some graphic art. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? He didn't.
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. So did Dr. Wilson fabricate it? In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. Exactly. I'm gonna... shall I also open it? Let me have a looky look. Oh, I love they told me to get a life. I'm a gamer design. That is super nice. That one speaks to me. Let's see. Ah, these are good. That is so true. Guys, so do check out Levi's Etsy stuff. You just started it, didn't you? I'm gonna follow your shop because I presume you got more stuff. Facebook. Yes. Because I see some really nice posters. Yeah, keep it up. They look so good. Thank you. Oh, see, that is so cool. I shall keep an eye on your shop. And yeah, definitely treat price. Definitely. So you take the file and print whatever size you like. Ah, that's so cool. And if you like, so it comes with like any sizes, even large ones? Because I know when you enlarge a picture, it gets pixelated. So is there like a limit to, or like a minimum or a maximum to the sizes of your posters? Essentially, you just get the JPEG, yeah. It's a standard poster size at the moment, though. So I will say about A4. Would that be a standard poster size? I think that's A2 or... Oh, bigger than that. Ah. A2 or A1. Oh, they're really big. Oh, nice. Oh, that is so cool. I should keep an eye out. Thank you for sharing that. Because your link is mentioned in my stream, I shall also put it in a description box when I post this stream on YouTube, if that's okay. But yeah, that is so exciting. Definitely keep an eye on it. What are you suggesting, Counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with? It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. Oh. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Objection! If you want one and it distorts, I'll resize. Ah. If it's like A2 or A1, that shouldn't be a problem because you can definitely easily downsize it without it distorted. But yeah, that is so cool. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man. Yeah, so determined to swallow someone else's ring? That does... And on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained an internal trauma. Yeah! No! That's okay, Levi. I don't think you're pushing. I still think it's really cool of your Etsy page, though. I do love Etsy. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucosa membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. Right, so you should know that it should cause internal trauma? Crap, I gotta go. No worries, Levi, no worries. Thank you for coming by and say hi, lovely. I much appreciate it. And thank you for sharing your link as well. I will share your Etsy link on the description of the stream when I post it onto YouTube, so that everyone else can have a look at it. But yeah, thank you for coming by. I appreciate you, and do have a lovely day today. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Wow, okay. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one! The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Don't you dare threaten Dr. Gory. She has been nothing but amazing. Do not underestimate Dr. Gory. She has been nothing but helpful. More helpful than you, Strong Heart. Fucking Reaper.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up
with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Absolutely. Absolutely, Gory. It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. You go, Gory. We stand Gory here. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? Ooh, yes, what incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? Yeah, you did. He did say Genshin Asogi saved his life, but I don't think he specified what he did or what happened. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking. Oh yes, he did. Genshin and I were walking down some back street at a late hour. All of a sudden. Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! Yes, I remember! Shit, there's the ring! I still can't deny how handsome Asogi is. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Shit!
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Yeah, you constantly saying Lord Van Zeeks has done this, Lord Van Zeeks has done that, without any proof. We're the one who proved that he's not the Reaper Strong Heart is, but you're still attacking him. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Oh, he's laughing again. Oh, I hate that smile so much. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Fuck off. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy.
If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
There was, though. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. So rude. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
But what about the red stains on his hand? Gory, help us! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
What is it, Kazuma? Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? Asogi and Dr. Wilson. I suppose Dr. Mikotoba and Dr. Scythe weren't murdered. Okay. Dr. Mikotoba I understand because he was in Japan at the time, but Dr. Scythe was still working for Strongheart. If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
Yeah, what did he do?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Well, we are going to save because I do not know. question. Who took this photograph? Okay, so there is two things. Clint's autopsy report. Asogi papers. I forgot about this.
Take that!
Okay, so it's not the Asogi papers. That's fine. That is fine. I don't think it's the ring. Because there was nothing else on the ring. It could be the Karuma sword.
Take that!
It's not the Karuma sword. It could be the photograph. I'm gonna try the photograph. Because we have not
Take that!
shown that yet. Did we not show that yet? I don't know. The reason for his silence. Do we legitimately have anything? I don't think it's the ring.
Take that!
Okay, no, it's not the ring. So my other thought is the fingers, the ink-stained fingers that they found on Clint's body, so the autopsy.
Take that!
Interesting. Could it be Jigoku?
Take that!
It is not that. There's no like a person tab. I wonder who is this? 10 years ago.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Nasoki's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. I was right, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin.
Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. Ah, we got you here, we got you there. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order, order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses! People who could testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Yes! Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison? I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Everyone is turning against you now, Strong Heart. You might as well just go along with the ride at this point. Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both the Berkeley and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Holmes did that? Are you telling me that... Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Yeah! My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Everyone is like getting popcorn out going, this is a fucking good show. Your Lord Vinci is like, god damn it, not again. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye. Barry Caden, Governor of Berkeley Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits at your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. No. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Berkeley Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. That's what I'm trying to say. I cannot speak. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course. The consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Guts! Hold on there, laddie! All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated, therefore think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you are both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Let's go! Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. The jailbreak plot. Let's go. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. Who was a prosecutor? Lord Van Zeeks. Okay. I assigned a convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. This is going to be tough to cross-examine. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. He doesn't know that? You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was no thing about that Professor K said that was now unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. This is a lot to unpack, I swear. That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. Really? He's terrifying. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. How does an attorney sleep? First he lies on one side, then he lies on the other. We're here to uncover the truth, Totes Adorbs. We're here to uncover the truth. How are you doing, Totes Adorbs? I hope you're having a lovely day, lovely. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Let's go. Very well. Proceed, Counsel. The jail. It was the day that Japanese joker was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. Hold it! And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. Oh, I was like, Lord Van Zinks, it was you. It wasn't him. Okay. I can even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically. I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious! Jesus! All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, don't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assign the convict to the Chief Warder Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? So that's a yes. Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. So he lost his job for your actions? Wow, fantastic. Great guy. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've know the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Ah, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. So Dr. Stevens, if I remember, was Dr. Scythe before she was married. Okay. Dr. Courtney Stevens or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. So she knows about this. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Oh, I want to give him a hug. I was responsible for Sogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. I know, that's awful. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles, maybe because he didn't do it. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil, can I apologise enough? So, you're going to give him his job back? No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. Oh, no. I forgot to press. That's my bad.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I dinna ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offence. Ah, is that true? So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Hold it! Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Isogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. He did. He was shot by Dr. Scythe, while Drebber witnessed it. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that, only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh, he reacted! Excuse me. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? I mean, kind of. They were policemen, after all. What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. Seems like everyone is getting betrayed here. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Isogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? He's got a point. He does have a point.
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with the Isogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. Not the chamber of chamber of secrets, and immediately thought of Harry Potter. No, not in the girls' bathroom where you have to speak in parcel tongue. No, this happened in Barclay in high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. As long as it's not a giant snake that kills you just from a look, then I think you're fine. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Certainly indeed. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Ooh. 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 Oh, sorry, my bum hurts. What is it? Ah, what is it, good sir? If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Isogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony. Gads! Aye, go on then. You're not liking what you're hearing. The truth hurts, doesn't it, strong heart? Everyone is their own person when it comes to in the court, to telling their truth, and here you are, you have to sit in silence and listen to it. How about that? It seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. Yeah, admitting to the crimes that he probably didn't commit. Or definitely didn't commit. I can say that myself. After all, did the prosecution have conclusive evidence against the Carlier? This, you mean? Discovered, air quotes, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Objection! Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The Asogi papers, the witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations, and perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. So, I think we should go for the last... So we're gonna save, and I'm gonna try the Asogi papers, because he had that. If not, Kuruma, the sword.
Objection!
Yes, it's the Asogi papers. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true indeed. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Yes. Heavens, that fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. His weapon, yes. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you? You wee rat! Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? It doesn't work for you anymore, dude. Leave him alone. You can't touch me now. Yeah, see? When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. He did say that. He did say that. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Yes. Jeez, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? Yeah, where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You're peeling while I don't know why that's so funny. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before. Did I know you're a lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all, nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. Yeah, well, fuck you. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. No, because it says so in the Asogi Papers. It says so right here. A wealth belonging to me in the Empire of Japan. I've chosen my... It said it! I swear it said it was his... This is his weapon. Shit. Where is it? Oh god, okay. Or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. This is insane! This is so insane! What did you say? Testify! 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 It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. No, you are blind to the truth. We are trying to figure out the truth. Asshole. Very well then, let the witness testify again. We will. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. All right, here we go. We got this. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He returned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe, but that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Okay. In his kimono? That's a lie! Wait, is he saying he searched it? He searched him? We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. I'm believing Vigil here. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, you wee waffinger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my crab head, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Give me a good shake again. What is going... Oh, are you too scared? Little and large. What a double act. Little bit, yeah. It's like a comedy show at this point. I can feel... I'm sure, you know, Genshin Asogi is looking down at this child like, really? I've been holed by these two? We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. I do not believe. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Will do. Yes, let's go. Focus. Yes, my lord. Let's get to the bottom of this. I am going to save after pressing each statement. So, as the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. Hold it! So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes.
But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. What was he doing? What was he doing, though? And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. I like the bampot you are. You didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. I presume to avoid him writing letters. Yes, you're quite right. So how did he get them? Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in a convict cell. Well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? No answer. A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? There's no answer from him. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. Interesting. Interesting. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Wow. Wow, indeedy. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. Hold it! It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported it back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely in my face!" Ah, well, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. That just looks very weird. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. Oh, about Drebber thinking he saw a zombie coming out of the grave. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... the article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That dude aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. See what you've done, Caden. See what you've done. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. Jesus. I only phoned Dot about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. What does that mean?
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken before and I didn't ken now. Jeez. He's not telling us anything. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The director said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Interesting. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the center of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. Well, that was the fourth statement. We should keep an eye on that fourth statement. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Was he wearing a kimono?
Hold it!
Hold it! In Mr. Asogi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Yeah, I was gonna say, his sword? He was allowed his sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting it. We should have a look at Karuma then. So, can we not? For some, I don't know why, but I'm starting to get the feeling, oh, maybe he hid the documents inside Karuma? No, clearly that is absolutely not the case. This is the broken piece. Okay, no, there's nothing. Okay, well, I'm dumb. Alright, let us continue. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Oh, so he can read his respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's weird. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Berkeley, you see. I see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzumi inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
Hang on. What's a Suzui inkstone? Suzui inkstone. Oh, here it is. Okay. And some
Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. Okay. We got that. Okay. I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Oh, that upset him. What is it, lovely?
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Vigil, tell us. Tell us. Nothing is going to stop you here. Let's go. Mr. Vigil. Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. Thank you, Vigil. That is exactly what I was looking for. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Do you mean the ink? Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Yes, come on, Vigil. I know what you mean. Is there something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. With this, possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. I can hear, I feel a sigh from him. It's like, permission granted. Not that it makes any difference. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Hold it! Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual colour. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Thank you, Vigil. That's absolutely helpful. Witness! What? Is that really what you saw? What? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Yeah, something wrong. I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? I make for the fact that for Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Oh, dinner haver. You can plainly see the rating here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. I don't know what that means, but well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Isogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Isogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. You know what I think? I think Clint von Zeeks bought the writing materials to Isogi in prison. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling. Ah, so you did that, Sasato. I see what you did there. Do you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo? You must present it to the court at once. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Isogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. I felt that way too. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. And that small detail is the scarlet ink. Absolutely. As the warder responds... Well, we go to the statement first and save... Hi, Hema. So how are we going? We're doing smoothly. This is the smoothest testimonies it's ever been. This is the third testimony we have done in this stream. Also, hello, Hema. How are you doing, lovely? I hope you had a lovely day today. We shall save. But I think... We will present Clint's autopsy again because he had scarlet ink on his fingers. We're just gonna have a double gander. It was okay, just okay. Oh, I hope it gets better, Hema. Is it a work day today? Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ringed finger of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found.
Objection!
Let's go! Scarlet coloured writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. It was just okay. That's fair enough. Sometimes you just feel okay. But that's fair. That's fair. Well, I do hope it would get better than just okay. But I understand that feeling. You just kind of don't know why you just feel okay. You just do. Scarlet coloured writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? I this again. You have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in there that's bothered me since I first read it. It bothered me too. It states that scarlet-coloured ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. Let me have a bit of fun. We're in a serious trial. Let me have some fun. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Right, so he wouldn't walk around with scarlet ink fingers then, would he? Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually coloured ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? Ah! I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious? Is it punctilious? Punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, but no document penned in the colour of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. Interesting. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil, Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with a document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. I was going to say, because the testament that we got, the will and testament that we've got, doesn't seem like a proper will and testament. If I think of will and testament, I think of all neatly straight, absolutely neat. Depending on the age of the will, it could turned yellow, could look like parchment, and it will be in the folder neatly with no ink smudges because it's important. The will that we got looks all crumpled up, and it just says, yeah, it's just leave everything to my son. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Yeah, that's it. Leave everything to my son. Make sure it's transported to Japan, and that is all. Like, it seems very casual to be a last will and testament. I'm hoping we will find this document. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. I'm gonna find it. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? We've got some hope here, people. Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Seeks. Fucking hell! No, what? Wait, what?
Objection!
This is a madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. Yeah, because he was a young lad, wasn't he? He was a very young lad. That is what it would mean. Yes. It's logical. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. I feel bad for Lord Van Zeeks. He lost his brother. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene. It's insane. I agree. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy, and we need to find it. Information of the utmost secrecy. It couldn't be? I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom where nobody can attest to have things seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
I mean, no, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, Counsel? He's not used to people going against him, is he? A lot of people are going against him. Me, Kazuma, Dr. Gory, Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, the governor, like, legitimately, Professor Mikatoba, like, legitimately everybody. Oh, Sherlock Holmes too.
Excuse me.
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court as logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Do we know the... A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo? However difficult the situation might become, you will work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, Susato, let's go. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? I was losing all composure. Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact... I am gonna save... Did we figure out if Lord Clint Van Zieks had a dog? I don't think it was an accusation. And I don't think it's a report, so I think it's a confession. I think it's a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize a confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Would that mean Clint Van Zieks was the Professor? Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. I was gonna say... The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. You can't be suggesting it was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself!
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Jesus!
But he was a mass murderer? Why? If we find this document, it might say it.
My brother?
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barak Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order! Order! Order in court!
Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. He did. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? That's what I was thinking. I was like, it could be a confession, but did we know Clint Van Zieks had a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Well, shit, I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. That's why we couldn't find the dog. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
That's what we found in Natsume's flat. That collar. We thought it was like a choker, but it's not. It was a dog collar. That dog had better taste than me. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. If it so happened that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. Yes, it was this. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it? Of course I know it. It probably means the dog's name, of which I've completely forgot.
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Oh wait, what? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow.
Wait, your brother was married? Into someone from the Baskerville family?
That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So much! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him.
But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? What do you have to say to all that? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Let's hear it then. Let's hear it. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. I do feel really bad for Barrett Von Zeeks. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Isogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. He needs the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on their tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Isogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeeks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did...
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Shit.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So are you admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness? Yeah, what weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. That was blackmail if I ever seen one. Whether you choose, wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal, a document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
That was blackmail. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mel Stronghart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say? Lord Barrick Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. This man would do anything to show that Britain, law and order in Britain is absolutely flawless. But it's just... ain't this man? Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What reason? I knew that you'd played the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. This is not what Von Zeeks asked for. He just went along with it to keep the crimes down. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young prodigy after that. Dr. Scythe. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So she would know. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? Hold it. I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. Ooh. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed.
At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Objection? Objection. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this an 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. Don't you guys need to go to the toilet? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by someone in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. I need to see the history. So where did it start? So let's find Van Zieks. But it was only once, not more. It was Van Zieks, I think. But it was only once. So I'm gonna save just in case. But I think he saw more. I do think he saw more. It was Lord Van Zieks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. Come on, Inosuke, go over it again.
find it. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. Who was the Lord Chief Justice at the time? Was it Lord Strongheart? It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and a third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. We do have a certain piece of evidence. About the Lord Chief Justice. Have a look. Lord Chief Justice. Who was the Lord Chief Justice? I can't see it. Inconsistent. And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I failed to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? Hang on, what's this? We're gonna save. Because I don't particularly know. It's a photo. What does this say again? Okay, it doesn't say that. What is inconsistent? So we're talking about the Lord Chief Justice from 10 years ago. Who was the Lord Chief Justice 10 years ago? Was it Lord Strongheart? Lord Strongheart is the... It can't be. He was murdered. So... Want the diamond number? Yes, please, because I am absolutely stumped. Three. It's not that, I don't think. It's not that either. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. I think it might be the watch. Wasn't the pocket watch gifted to Gregson by the Lord Chief of Justice?
Take that!
No. Okay. It's not that. Number 3. I was looking at the identification, but it doesn't say anything. Asogi papers. They didn't really say anything. That's just a passport, so it won't be that. Is it Clint's autopsy again?
Take that!
No? So it might be the Asogi papers. Or the rabbit. It's the rabbit. I don't know. It'd be funny if it was a rabbit.
Take that!
No, not the rabbit. Oh well, that was fun. Now let's be a bit more serious. Would it be the Asogi papers? Have we tried these Asogi papers? Also, what's this?
Take that!
Nope, never mind. We can figure this out. So it's not the clock. We haven't tried these two. Oh, wait. Am I on the wrong diamond number? Is it?
Take that!
No, it's not that. Frick. I think I made a mistake. Oh. So it's not? And so we're looking for the evidence that is inconsistent with defendant's words about Clint not being the culprit because the third victim was the Lord Chief of Justice. Lord Chief of Justice, who is his friend and mentor. It's that one.
Don't think it's that. It's not that. Not that. Try diamond 4? Anything? I don't think it's these two. And I don't think it's a sword. Let's have a look at this. There's nothing on there. So could it be the ring?
Take that!
No. Said last in history. So what it said last is Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Lord Van Seeks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with the certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. That's what's last said. It's not the gun. Who's on the notice board? Let's have a look. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Why did we mention the 10 years ago that was browning?
Take that!
No, it's not that. It wasn't that. Did I try the Asogi papers?
Take that!
I haven't tried. The thing I saw was on Diamond 3, but you choose the right thing. It showed to me. So odd. What was the right thing? Clint's autopsy report? The clock? The pocket watch? The papers? These papers? How very odd.
Take that!
Dear me. Oh, this evidence makes it very clear indeed. No, the contradiction in us where everything is. Nope, that's done. Okay. How very odd. Then I suppose I would have to look it up then. It was meant to be. It was meant to be the papers. No, we want part 3. Oh, the trial, part 2. Let's have a look. Oh no, this is Jagoku's. That's not what I want. Part 3, there we go. Let's have a look, shall we? About the Asogi papers, it is revealed that Clint had Scarlet. Brother Clint. Wait, did I do something wrong? I don't have that. I choose Mel Strongheart. Oh. Oh, I made a mistake. No, I picked. Oh no, what have I done? How do I go back? Shit. Hang on. Okay. I didn't realize I picked the wrong person. Do we have to go through this again? So we've gone through this. We have gone through this. I'll let it go. That would explain it. I picked the wrong person. Wow, that is so irritating. I hate those kinds of questions. I feel like this is going to be a while. Now we know. God damn. Well, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. So yeah, apparently he said something about the papers. While that is playing autoplay, I am going to... This might take a while, so I'm going to go to the loo and make some tea. Because this is super behind.
Objection!
Unless I still need to do things. This will be his confession. This is his confession. I am going to go where he explains about Asogi's obsession with Clint. So I am gonna go and make myself some tea and go to the loo while this is still playing. I shall be right back.
Hold it!
Ah, the 3-page last will. It's actually 2 pages. And yes, I am back. I seem to be right on time.
Objection!
The 11th hour discovery. It's the minor things. It's the minor things I couldn't find. But no. Did you get me some tea? I don't know what kind of tea you like. I must not know how you like your tea. Two sugars. Kind of like me then. Ooh, at least now I know. That way I can make you tea next time. Where on earth is this contradiction? It's time to identify who. This is Lord Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Rimniske. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Nosogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The Woebegone ring, and the 3... it was... Wait! How come wait? Would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? I'm on the statements you made just a few moments ago. Something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Let's go. What? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction? Yes, so it was the Asogi papers, because there's only two.
Take that!
This is me not seeing things. This here is the will left behind Mr. Asogi. The two-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the three-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a third page? Ah, was there? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified as something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black. Wear them like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. Well, what? Only the first two pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection!
But that was a letter to Kazuma. How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. Also, how did they know? How did they know that it's saying awful things about Britain? They can't read Japanese. They just assume. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence
Objection.
now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then. Governor Caden, you will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only I should point out to my lord that I cannot actually read Warem language. No. So how do you know what it contains? This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Miss Professor Mikotoba! If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Or why would he leave? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall.
all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head. Father. Oh. What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. So this is the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. It seems there was a third page to it. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice? I mean, that's not true! We found out Lord Clint Van Zeeks was the one who murdered all of those aristocracy, so that's new. Scoozies. The only reason why it's not new to you is because you knew about it and decided to cover up. So that sounds like a you problem? Just saying. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever. Ugh. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? Fucking asshole. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Hang on. So, he said something about Karuma. Aha. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's a proper way to use a sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh! I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashiwa, I believe. Kashiwa? So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think...
Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. Append this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. What does it say? Do we get this? Where is it? There it is. What's it say? Oh, I'm not allowed to... I'm not allowed to read it! This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes! And I want to know what's on the will. You won't let me read it. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection.
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. Everyone is against you. Everyone is against you, Lord Strongheart. Is it a spoiler? This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. Oh yeah? What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? I'm gonna save, but do a different save slot. Let's go!
Take that!
Take that! There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Ha ha! Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ah, he's not a happy bunny. He is not. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Injection! You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Haha. Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Objection. Francis is like, nope, do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Fuck you. Read it out! Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Inosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No, for God's sake. I thought he's gonna smash it. I wonder if the judge, the previous judge, is here to watch this. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Seeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Seeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interest, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Wait, what? As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Mel Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Oh shit! So it was Lord Strongheart that commanded Clint to murder those people? So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mel Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. He's dangerous! You truly are Reaper! Jesus Christ! It just didn't make sense to me.
Are you still not done?
That the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. Super rude. It had to be done. London's unsavory.
Buy some more of this apple when we go
Nice. Okay then. Well, is there any more flavoured teas we should get
I
too?
don't know. Let's see what they do. I haven't tried my matcha stack yet.
You haven't. It's still up there with the teas. Do you want me to try it first? Okay. Do you want to try it together? Okay.
Maybe.
Can do tonight if you want. Tomorrow? London's unsavory. Okay. Oh yeah, of course. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. I'm not muted, am I? No, I'm not. Okay. But the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. But murdering the man? Why not just fire him? Oh no, he's Lord Chief of Justice. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. He is both the Reaper and the Professor. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asugi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution,
I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, what an absolute idiot. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves, a man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented the London cemeteries. Fucking Drebber. But that grave on that particular night... Blast. If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. Wow. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot, man! See, we thought it was Dr. Scythe, but I think she just said she did it to cover Lord Strongheart's track. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood spayed from his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. Sorry, I'm getting messages. Oh, it's from Twitter. Never mind.
Hey Siri, start a 3-minute timer.
It's going on.
3 minutes, counting down.
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Well, you did force him! Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you cursed him too? Using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. It sounds like blackmail to me. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare... Yeah, you made more crimes. I saved Clint Van Six from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. You just made everyone do all the dirty work. It's Lord Van Zix here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asugi, who risked his life for going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
By me?
No, by Lord Strongheart.
Oh, who's that?
Well, right now he's the Reaper and the Professor, and the reason why all these murders have happened.
Oh, no.
No. No, I don't think Lord Strongheart would make tea for anybody. No, I don't think so at all. He's a fucking asshole. You little, when will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. Ooh, apple. What's it called again?
Apple Anchor.
Apple Ankara. I'm having apple Ankara tea.
As an Anchor apple.
Ankara apple.
Chinese green tea, apple pieces, cinnamon cloves, sage, and red cornflowers.
People might not have heard that. Chinese green tea, apple pieces, cinnamon cloves, sage, and red cornflowers. It's fine. It's plant water. Am I plant water? Ah, thank you for the tea.
Okay, love you.
Love you too. Oh, Christ, it's hot. I'm tiring of that excuse. Yes, we're accusing him of murders. No time for tea. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. It's all about the tea. People who willingly twist the truth and curse others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I agree. Everyone else has done their part to help the justice system, apart from you, Lord Strongheart. You made it 10 times fucking worse. Let's not forget that you also killed McGilded by trapping him in the omnibus and set him on fire alive in the courtroom. So you also almost committed arson in the courtroom. So I'm surprised no one mentioned that, actually. So, fuck you, Strongheart. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Oh... Honestly, we dealt with someone worse than Lord Strongheart, didn't we? We dealt with Daria Hawthorne. God, she was a piece of work, wasn't she? Ow! I can feel the hands being so painful. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvellous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. Lord, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? Rude. It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed. Because they fear you. They fear you. They're afraid of you. You still control the situation. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amidst secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organised group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, his hair is an absolute mess now, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. Why am I keep getting buzzed? What's this going on? Oh my god, there's so many. Put it on the sofa. There we go. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? This is tense. This is very tense.
Oh wow, what? He gets a chant? What about me and Kazuma and Lord Van Seeks and Mikatoba? We've done all the fucking hard work and he just sits there being an absolute arse. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favour. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. Yeah, no shit! You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. That's a lot, isn't it? Jesus. I'm going to raise an objection. What do you guys think? Or wait and see, or use evidence. I don't know! Because we don't have any more evidence. One? Yes, when all the games are over, it's the obvious choice. Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom and make people listen to reason.
Objection!
That was the easy part. But what do I say next? As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise, they are merely objectionable. The defense has no objection to being penalized in this instance. Okay. Okay. We have no evidence against Strongheart. Should we wait and see? Evidence. Do we have any evidence? As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item, we have them on the evidence, it's now. Diamond 4, I believe? Wait, 3? Let's have a look. Oh!
Take that!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Holmes asked if you had that with you earlier. Yes, we've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Holmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. It does help a little bit that Mr. Holmes, you can hear Mr. Holmes's music a bit at the background. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the air by the ears then and heave! Rip it off! Here goes heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Holmes! You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah! But Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Holmes! He's a hologram! I wasn't expecting you back, Holmes. Okay, this is funny. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get an hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. This is doing a dance. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Holmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
We gotta love Sherlock Holmes. Quite, sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company? I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Holmes? What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Holmes?
Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here? You're not actually here, Holmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? Because it was like, Ryunosuke, who have you actually been friends with while I was, went missing? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Sato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Holmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. Oh, so what? Oh my god, what on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish. Oh, shit! Huh? You showed her? Indeed. I bet she's not a happy bunny. By dint of the Sherlock Holmes's remote cinematograph, Cinematograph. There we go. How? You meddling? This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Everyone is like, oh shit! We've been acting like fools in front of the Queen. Holy shit! Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mel Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Ha ha! Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. You are so fucked, Strongheart. Mel Strongheart. The darkness you've fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Ha! Adjourned! Adjourned! You can't adjourn! Court is adjourned! Ahoy, Bookie's cane! You can't adjourn the court. Her Majesty the Queen has fired you, essentially. Ah, yes, you are very much guilty. Oh, you're very guilty. Oh, you're so guilty. You broke the fucking scale. And it's gonna topple onto people. Ooh! I will not lie. I thought that thing is going to impale him. I thought the point of the scale is going to impale him. I was like, oh, Jesus! Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. Look at he's a mess. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I thought the same when I saw it. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. It's not just me then, but I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. I don't think it's in anybody's mind.
Where's Iris? Is she just gone? What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asoki is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. A very well-written will.
I do feel really bad for Van Zeeks. It's all your fault! Look what you've done to everyone! Mel Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. What does he mean by that? These last 10 years made me realise being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. Is she still watching this? Victoria, you're getting this? I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly. Yeah, we noticed that. You always are like, I'm running late. You always got something to do. I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? Yes! It's Father Christmas! My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. I miss that noise. Not that scary noise that Strongheart makes. The darkness that had blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. Well, but at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo? I get a bow? Allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent! This is amazing! When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Seeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Oh, no. This makes me so happy! And not to mention the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Holmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I am well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. I know where my heart is going! The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who did it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. This guy is so good with words, isn't he? And that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Absolutely. Absolutely lovely. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Stronghart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Seeks. Oh, you're still a Prosecutor Van Seeks! In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barak Van Seeks not guilty! Woo! We did it, everyone! That is all. Court is adjourned. Yes, Judge, we missed you. We missed you so much.
Oh my goodness. Ah. 4th of November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. It's insane. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Oh yes, he's absolutely happy, isn't he? Ecstatic, jumping from wall to wall, isn't he? Are we never going to see the smile from Lord Van Zeek? Like the same smile of his younger self on the photo. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Is it a name? Something? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness than ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Oh. I don't know why his angry face is funny. I'm sure Kazuma is smiling and proud of you. Mr. Sato, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeek's. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. We did bring down the Reaper! We found the real Reaper! I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. Oh, we're all best friends! And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Oh, we're all best friends! Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. touching moment. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Seeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. Yeah, he said that. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Seeks. He did say that. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Really? Tea. Mikatoba, what do you have? Well, it's 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled, I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Wait. Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... Who's laughing? You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and... No! Not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Yujin. Also, he doesn't trust... She doesn't... He doesn't trust Seishiro. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labour before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. Shit. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. The Baskerville! It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. But Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I think he was still young, weren't you? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. Yeah, how old were you? How old is he? How old is he, by the way? How old would he be 10 years ago? He would have been very young. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. To believe it. So your brother is very, very intelligent. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honoured my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. Oh! That being Mr. Holmes, I presume? Oh! Is it? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. He has a heart of gold. Aren't you not putting two and two together, Inosuke? It's Iris! Iris is Clint's daughter! Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words...
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris! Iris...
I had no idea.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Holmes, is that you? Ouch, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Holmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvellous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures. Rune? Bruno! Susie! Oh, hi! Majesty Queen Vicky says she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. Everyone is like, oh crap, who is going to give her the news? After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
Yes. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again. That's because she's his niece.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now then.
Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Who's going to tell her? Ouch! Ooh, one final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zix, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Bye! Iris has an uncle. Wait, Lord Van Zix, he does! She does! I mean, who the father is? Yes? What are you intending to do now? Particularly now that you know that Iris is your niece now. Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh? Oh no. Aww. I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zix family will be ostracized completely from London society. Oh, surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Wait, what? Oh, I see. No. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely? Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Okay, wait, is that Kazuma saying that he still wants Lord Van Zix to be his mentor? It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. I think he's got some closure. I'm really proud of Lord Van Zix and Kazuma. They got their closure and now they are happy and free. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Do we get a scene? Do we get a scene? Oh, I thought we were gonna get like a cutscene. 4th of November, 6:25 p.m. Holmes' suite. I'm home. Gina! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, although. What are you doing with the colourful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's got to go off with a bang, I mean fireworks ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. How does Mikotoba deal with this? I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Holmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Holmes. Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Sato looking so happy in a very long time.
Bruno! There you are!
Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Time to fill my boots!
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing my clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. What? What?
You're really leaving the police force, but why, Ginny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh, yeah, that's true. She is. She's actually a fan Seeks. Is anybody going to tell her?
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never going to accept a diver turned dick, is he?
Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. Is he going to give it to Gina? That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. What do you think, Gina?
It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else!
Quite right. Go, Gina!
I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss!
Yes, Ginny, yes he was.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'll become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh.
Alright then, it's decided, I'll do it, and I swear I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well,
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh?
Iris?
Well, see, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris. That is very mature of her. I'm so proud.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Oh, is she calling Hurley Daddy?
I think Mikotoba... Yes, Holmes? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you, you old softy, Holmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? I love Sherlock Holmes so much. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. 4th of November. Hang on, I will be right back. Sorry about that. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. Yeah, tell me about it. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Oh yeah, you said you're going to Japan. Naruhodo. Mikotoba! Oh, Professor! Are you alone?
I didn't hear any sound from Sasato's room. Yes, Sasato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ooh. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Seeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Seeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Sasato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Seeks. And to make matters worse, Sasato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those 2 clues, I feared you and Sasato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Sasato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Yeah, how did she come across it? Holmes has sent it to me. That was before Sasato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Sasato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Holmes and I've ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Holmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Holmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Holmes had told me how astute she'd become. She's a very astute, perceptive person. Absolutely. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. I'd say like her 18th birthday. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Okay. Judging from that expression, I say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, are we going through all the years? My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Holmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts have vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution here. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. She heard everything. God, that's creepy. Susato-san? I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Hey, Susato-san? Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. Is Susato coming back with us as well? I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? How did she know? Susato-san? Huh? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. Wait, did she stay in Britain? You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. Oh, she's going to be a judicial assistant for Kazuma. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. And then it is goodbye! I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, Anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Sato-san. Thank you.
Aww.
We did it! I'm expecting a cutscene at the end though, like an animated cutscene. We're saying goodbye to everyone! 7th of November, 5:42 AM, Port of Dover, Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come. Iris! You really leaving then, Runa? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection. There's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. I'm now looking at her eyes. She does have Van Zeek's eyes. She does, doesn't she?
Susato-san.
Oh!
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
50-day...
Before I set
it
off,
takes 50
I'd just like to
days
say how
between
thankful
Britain
I
and
am for everything
Japan.
you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
I was kind of hoping
I
Kazuma...
think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Is he here?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
I'm not
Do you
sure about
really
the
think
voice
I've missed
acting
my best
here.
friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too.
Ooh.
But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
Oh, I thought he's a prosecutor.
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Actually,
I wonder if he's...
I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Is that Karuma? Yeah, Karuma!
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
I mean, you were pretty awful.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
We wish you the
So,
best of luck,
That's what you've resolved
Kazuma.
to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. if you'll take it.
Of course I will.
Yay!
I'll keep it by my side.
I was worried that they're going to give me a choice. It's like, would you take it or would you not take it? There is only one right answer.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
Is that Susato?
The path you're going to follow from now on,
Yes?
I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
She's going to come with us?
I mean, I
I mean,
would
couldn't you have
very
said
much
that
like you
earlier?
to come with me. But aren't you?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am.
Yes.
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
I think he changed a
you mean
lot.
You knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his
Not gonna
feelings?
lie, I know I said it would be good to get to
We've
finish
never
this
discussed it, of
game,
course,
but I
and
will
Naruhodo-san
actually
has
miss
made
this
no
game,
such
honestly.
I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked.
I really
But I'd
love
feel
her
happy
outfit. I
knowing
can't
you
get
were with
enough of how I love this outfit.
Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
Susato should be
With you
protected.
by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Damn right.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me,
No, you're
I'd be delighted.
not.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Seems like it. You should get on board.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
That'd be Iris.
Time
Why
to go
didn't
then.
everyone else come to
Look
say
after yourself,
goodbye? Where's
Ryunosuke.
Lord Van Zeeks? Where's Gina?
Cosmo, draw your sword.
Cutscene. Nice.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner,
How? When he started all this, he wasn't a lawyer at all. Was he?
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
as if I could. Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes,
Mr. Hart?
thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my
I'm
time
gonna
in
miss
London.
his deductions.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Oh, he would want to come too.
The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
True,
Well,
true.
I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, we'd welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait! Iris would come too, yay!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Yay!
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be...
Is Susato also...
Come, the game is afoot.
Is Susato would also be Phoenix Wright's ancestor?
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
Like, would
The
Ryunosuke
times may
and
change, but
Susato get
steadfast
married?
friendship will remain
I
true.
can't help but think that.
We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Ah!
So, I do just that.
See, I was thinking that at first, but she doesn't have any,
When I
like,
do, I can
gift
hear his
to
strong,
connect with the
familiar voice
spirits.
ring out.
Objection!
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh no, I'm gonna cry! We completely finished! The end! I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinema. Oh, this is there goes way too fast. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no change whatsoever. I love Sherlock Holmes so much.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. He just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Aww. It's so cute. I miss you. So this is, in those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks, we wish you well. Shelby! Forget the hound from the Baskervilles house. The true hunter is Toby. We stand, Toby.
Oh, you're still an Inspector, Gina?
Only wish I could have said how grateful I was before we, you know. Oh, Gina! No, don't be sad. Be happy. He'll be very proud of you. You have Inspector Lestrade here. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, a la Gregson, as they say. We'll miss you, Gregson. Oh God, not you!
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry.
Okay, I love that. There's so many cats. Oh, Ryunosuke Sasato does not know what they're coming home to. Like, truly. Hi! Okay, Hima, would you agree that Gory looks like a cross between Wednesday and Enid?
I like to have my own playing skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad. Aww.
I really love those two. I really do. I miss you too.
Hey, it's Professor Herbey. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. Oh, from Lord Van Zeeks? But what have I done? I was so excited to pick this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barry, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Oh.
Oh, we'll miss you, Hairbane, even though we only met you in one case.
It's the Hot Witch!
I realised what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspels would not do. I finished the game!
Oh, she's pretty. She's a redhead.
A pink head?
Yeah, you finished the game.
Yay! Finally finished the game! Why is he in jail? Oh, wait! It's the Red-Headed League! Why is he in jail? What did Mr. Vigil do?
Oh, easy!
I'm having dinner, okay? I'm just gonna be ready.
No, it's fine. Don't you worry. And now that the hob is working, I'm thinking of cooking pasta. Well, all I'm gonna do is cook pasta.
By the way, it's the 18th. No, 7.
Yeah, 17th. Oh, am I? Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. I'll have my paella.
Is that what you I mean, you don't have to.
I can have my paella. I don't want any food to go to waste.
I'm just making a suggestion. You don't have to listen.
Kazuma! I mean, you're not playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. That just makes you
I mean,
cringe.
that just proves how cringe I really
You
am.
haven't even completed Phoenix, right?
Nope, haven't even done that.
You know, in the last game, there's a cute redhead in it.
Well, how would I know that?
I'm telling you right now.
I see.
Great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. So cute!
What do you think of the tea?
It is very nice, T. Thank you. Also, you're having dinner early.
I'm super hungry.
Oh, that's such a cute photo!
It's not that early, it's like nearly 6 o'clock.
Still a bit early for dinner.
No.
What are you doing? Are you doing some RuneScape?
Probably. But then maybe later when you have dinner, I'll probably
Okay. We're walking along. Oh wait, is that Susato in dressed as a Mel? That's so cute. They're going through all the trials we went through. Oh, look at all the kitties! Oh fuck, the journalist. God damn. Natsume, you've adopted so many cats. Adopted so many cats. I really like this of where we're walking along through the cases. It's so cute. And I love that they're walking along with me. I hope Lord Van Zeeks walked along with us too. Yes, walk with me. Walk with me. Oh, Olive Green and William Shakespeare. I forgot about them. The Queen Bee herself. Absolute queen. Natsume and his kitty. Beautiful. Oh, the cat is joining us. Trevor. We don't like you. The balloon. We don't like the child either. But we like the witch though. And we love the coroners. Terrifying, but we love them to bits. Van Zeeks, walk with us. Walk with us, Van Zeeks. God damn it. The peddlers. Yes, the visuals. Oh, we love her to bits. We love her to bits. The Red-Headed League. I'm surprised we haven't seen Professor Mikotoba. Inspector Gregson and Gina. Oh, and the doggy as well. That's so cute. I really love that they dance. That's so cute. Ugh. Ugh, you. I don't like you. Oh, I definitely don't like you. That's it. You clap. Oh, Sherlock is joining with us. And here's Kazuma. If you had to choose between the last two, who would you dislike more? Who? Between Ryunosuke and Kazuma? Who would I dislike more? Oh, you mean Lord Strong... Oh, Lord Strongheart and Judge Seishiro? Lord Strongheart, I dislike more. Lord Strongheart I dislike more because he's so selfish, so full of himself. Woo! We won!
Well, I mean, you couldn't exactly fail considering you save scummed the shit out of it. But...
Yeah? So I wouldn't have to repeat it. Right. We completely finished the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. GG's, everyone. GG's. GG's. Yes. So I think next week we're going to be starting. We're not starting because we've already started, but we're going to continue some The Witcher 3 a little bit, as well as Disney Dreamlight Valley. The boo. But the week after, Shal's Reality has gifted me a game that I kind of want to try out. It's like a horror game. Well, not horror. More like an.
What?
More like an investigation game. Let's see if I can find it. Like too many dies or something. I don't know. Love you too. He's booing at Disney Dreamlight Valley. That's what he was booing at. Right, I am going to... Oh, shoot. Get rid of the game. I'm kind of sad now. I'm kind of sad. But yes, we shall leave it here. Thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. I do hope you very much enjoyed the last episode. How about Pokemon? I don't have much Pokemon games, and I've already streamed like Pokemon Scarlet a little bit. But probably at some point, but I got too many games that I really want to stream. As you can clearly tell, particularly for the fact that I've just bought Ni no Kuni as well that I really want to stream. What else? And waiting for some other games as well. I got Wildflowers, I got Ni no Kuni, I got, let's have a look, continuing with The Witcher as well, a game that I gifted to me. I also got The Little Witch in the Woods as well. Yeah, Ni no Kuni, the first one, but I also bought the second one in like a really big sale as well. Oh, I just found an RPG called Harvest something that I also really want to try. What else? Oh, I want to try, what's it called? I'm also no, not Harvest Moon. I'll find it. Don't you worry. The problem is it's not coming up. There we go. Harvest Stella. There we go. Harvest Stella. That looks really, really good. What else? Oh, I'm also waiting for Mika and the Witch's Flower as well. Witch's Flower? Mika and the Witch's Mountain. There we go. So yes, a lot of games I really want to play. I'm also waiting for Portia as well. I don't know when that's going to come up, so I'm keeping an eye on that. But yeah, let me find somebody to award. You choose Ni no Kuni? Maybe after the short horror game, the short game that the friend gifted me. But yes, I streamed that along with The Witcher and Disney Dreamlight Valley, definitely. Because I have not actually played horror. No, I don't know if it's horror. Like, okay, it's probably psychological horror. No. Not a horror fan. Neither am I. So it's probably just going to be like a one stream of it and see how it is. But yes, I am going to raid Hollow Kane. Hollow, who is playing Placid Plastic Duck. So do give him all the love in the world. But yes, I shall leave it here. Thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. It is lovely to see you guys. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming this weekend. If I am, it'd probably be Disney Dreamlight Valley. But if not, I'll be streaming The Witcher on Monday. So if you're interested, do come by and say hi. I greatly appreciate you. And yeah, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and hopefully I will see you soon. Do take care. Bye bye.